Good afternoon, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order. It's 1 p.m. I'll ask everyone to rise and join us in the singing of O Canada.
The true north, strong and free, from far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. That was very nice. We'll now observe a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Today is National Truth and Reconciliation Day, and we're recognizing it here in the city of Kawartha Lakes. We did a flag raising earlier, and I will now read the land acknowledgement. The city of Kawartha Lakes respectfully acknowledges that we are situated on Mississauga lands and the traditional territory covered by the Williams Treaties. We are grateful for the opportunity to work here, and we thank all of the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. We recognize and deeply appreciate their historic connection to this place. We also recognize the contributions of Métis, Inuit, and other Indigenous peoples, both in shaping and strengthening this community and the country as a whole. This recognition is connected to our collective commitment to make the promise and the challenge of truth and reconciliation real in our community. Councillor Warren, you have the adoption of the open session agenda.
I do, through you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Perry, that the agenda for the open session of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, September 26, 2023, be adopted as circulated and with the following amendments. Additions. Item 6.2 being a deputation by William Denby regarding item 5.6 from the Committee of the Whole meeting of September 12th, 2003, and report plan 2023-047, items 9.3.12 and 10.3.1 on the agenda. Item 6.3 being a deputation by Angel Godso and Sheila McFarland regarding a petition on the rural zoning bylaw consolidation project, item 12.1 on the agenda. Item 6.4 being a deputation by Doug Shaw regarding report plan 2003-047, item 10.3.1 on the agenda. Item 6.5 being a deputation by Sylvia Keesmaat regarding report plan 2023-047, item 10.3.1 on the agenda. Moved by myself, and second by Councillor Perry.
Thank you. All those in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on the agenda for today? Seeing none, should any arise during the course of the meeting, please advise the chair and we'll deal with it accordingly. Notices and information by members of council. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Elmsley and I attended the Kinmount Fair at the first of the month, which was a lot of fun. I want to thank all the volunteers who worked so hard to make the Kinmount Fair a great success. I also attended in Kinmount the retirement party of Dr. Mihu, and I want to wish her all the best and thank her for all her years of dedication to the community. As well, I want to wish the new Dr. Leslie much luck in his new practice. And the past weekend, kudos goes out to Joy and Jerry Moose for organizing another really successful Terry Fox run. You certainly make Bob Cajun shine. Councillor Ashmore and I participated in the annual agricultural tour that showcased a lot of really interesting farms, including a no-till farm, as well as a solar watering project for cattle through a grant arranged by Kawartha Conservation. It was really interesting because, cows don't always drink from a clean pond, so it kept the cows out of the pond and gave them fresh water, so that was good for them and us. This coming weekend will be really action-packed in Bob Cajun. I would like to invite everyone to the daddy of them all, Bob Cajun Fall Fair, that will run from Thursday to Saturday. As well, on Saturday, September 30th at 3 o'clock, please join myself at the Boyd Museum with the Bob Cajun Truth and Reconciliation community in recognizing the Truth and Reconciliation Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you. The first thing was we had a grand opening for Great North Storage. We have lots of openings for businesses in different wards, but this one was fun because I think we had four councillors and the mayor together for an afternoon, which was kind of nice, and they did a great job, and it was a really kind of a fun afternoon, I felt, for all of us. We have a fun book for everybody. All the senior staff will notice, along with the council, that this book is sitting out. A real tribute for me. Philip Nichols was a student of mine at Central, who's now an illustrator in Chicago for children's books. And he sent me this book. He wanted Mr. Smeaton to have something that's done very, very well on the market, and he was excited because it's all about conservation, and he was a huge conservationist and still is, environmentalist. And I told him, you know what, if you can talk to your publisher and get me one for every councillor. Anyway, he's also got it for all of the conservation authorities too. So he sent us a nice big box, so I hope you'll enjoy that. It's just a really, really nice thing. A Ward 5 story. So there you go. His mom and dad are still in town. Councillor McDonald and I have a challenge. So this is a Ward 5 and 7 challenge. We'll be very quick if that's okay. I'm challenging Councillor McDonald to walk to work to our next council meeting at the end of October through 7 into 5. And if we walk to work, we're challenging people if they could just take one day where they don't drive to work this next month and have just one day even to walk to work. And if they can send us an email of something that happened on that walk that wouldn't have otherwise, So perhaps they see a cardinal, they go, you know what, that was beautiful. I wouldn't have seen that had I not walked. Or I ran into Bob the other day, and if I hadn't seen Bob in 12 years. We'll take the little blurbs, no more than a paragraph, and we'll choose our favorite, and they can have lunch with the councillors. So that's our little challenge. I don't know if that's a prize or not. That's up for debate. And last but not least, the Conservation Authority had their Family Fun Day on Sunday. And it was fantastic. We took the family, and I know Deputy Mayor Richardson also took her granddaughter, and it was really, once again, Christy Virgo and her team. I can't say enough. So those were some events that were taking place throughout Lindsay this month. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't know if Councillor Perry, Yo, and I are going to walk to work, but
it was just Councillor McDonald, but I've noticed maybe it could put a little spring in his step.
Councillor McDonald. And Councillor Joyce, I see you. I'll get you before we finish.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, if any of you want to come to my place and walk from my place to there, you've been more than happy to do that walk with me. Attended the 169th Lindsay X this year, and I've been around Lindsay all my life, and I don't think we've got a whole week without rain, so we had a great week, and it was well attended, and thanks for all the volunteers on that. And the only other one I have, we have a lot of volunteers in the city of Kawartha Lakes, but there's one special person, and for the Terry Fox Run, and his name is Terry Foster. I ran the Terry Fox Run for 30 years, and he raised money, but this year alone, just himself, he raised more than in 37 years that he has in 37 years. So he raised $17,398 all by himself. And he's walked for 37 years, and the total money that this young man has raised is $208,658. Just an extraordinary young man, and I just wanted to make sure that he was recognized here today, because he certainly does deserve it. And I'd also like to thank the Mazziata family and their friends and the volunteers and everything that also ran the Terry Fox Run. So thank you for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to give a shout out to the Manvers Historical Society for celebrating 40 years this past Sunday. It's incredible to see the dedication of collecting, researching, and preserving for our future generations. So it's a big round of thanks and congratulations to that group. 3 upcoming events. One on October the 14th, Saturday. It's the Festival of Small Halls. Jen Grant is featured at the Ponyville Community Center on Geneville Community Center on October 21st is a Yuck Yuck live show at 8 o'clock. And also on October 22nd, it will be the Manvers second edition of Raising the Veteran Banners in our local communities. So it's a pretty awesome endeavor that we have going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Gobble, 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 Mr. Mayor. Everyone's favorite race is back on in Fenelon Falls this fall, the annual Turkey Trot at the Garnet Graham Beach Park, Saturday, October 7th at 10 a.m. The race is filling up quickly. It's very limited, so people are encouraged to use the early bird registration online by the 3rd of October. It is a family-friendly event with races and activities for all skill, ability levels, and ages. Also, I'd like to recognize the residents of Rosedale who served up the coffee earlier this month out at the Parkette. Just across the overpass there at Rosedale. Councillor Warren, I know, attended, and it was a great community mug-up, as they say, meeting neighbors and enjoying social time. Wonderful to see those kinds of activities among neighbors, friends, and communities here in our city and throughout our wards. Speaking of which, I also want to do a congratulations to Maryborough Lodge, also known as the Fenelon Museum, for their Kids Fest on Labor Day weekend. Again, it was free of charge, an extravaganza for the whole family, getting rave reviews about the activities, especially for children, and by all indications, it will be back again next year for families, residents, and visitors to enjoy. Last but not least, thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to address briefly today as our National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. Councillor McDonald just mentioned Terry Fox. A little known fact about Mr. Fox was that Terry Fox was indeed Métis, Indigenous Canadian, and received the Order of the Sash posthumously. As Kawartha Lakes councillor for Ward 3. I'd just like to note this as a day that we especially reflect on our relationships, both with each other, in our communities, with the land and with nature. And we especially acknowledge the horrors of residential schools, how they happened and how they still haunt us, how they're still with us, in many experiencing intergenerational trauma. But there's still hope. I still have hope, and we heard some of that hope from Chief Knott at the flag raising just here today at noon. I saw that hope most recently in my ward, in Ward 3 in Fenelon Falls at the Grove Theatre. This past June, the Grove launched and unveiled 3 Indigenous story poles on site and asked me to say a few words, which I was honored and humbled to do. I drove up, admittedly, thinking perhaps we'll see, dozen of the usual suspects from the Grove Theatre and maybe have a pot of coffee. Turns out there were more than 200 people came out, mostly non-Indigenous. And to me, that's where the hope is. And I look around today, seeing all of the orange being worn, especially again by non-Indigenous people. Really, the hope of working together is shining through today. Clearly, we can do what we need to do if we access our human spirit of truth and love and generosity to live all together, moving forward, both to honor our ancestors and especially for our children on this land. We really are all in this together. So, Chimegwech, Marseille, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few announcements. I'd like to thank a local athlete. He's an incredible athlete. His name is John Thurston, and he is a Paralympian curler, but he's also the captain of our Canadian Adaptive Water Ski Team. And he and his team were at the World Championships in California, and they won the silver medal. So it was for the Disabled Work Water Ski Championships in California. So congratulations to John Thurston of Dunsford. He's just an amazing role model for people, and he's also another athlete in the water skiing field. So congratulations to John. Talking about Terry Fox, I'd like to thank Councillors Warren and McDonald mentioned about Terry Fox, Councillor Perry, and everybody here. Terry Fox was certainly an incredible inspiration to people, and a cancer survivor, a cancer fighter, and just an incredible man, a Canadian hero. And this summer, my son and I were actually in Thunder Bay, and we stopped by I hadn't been there in 33 years. They moved the actual memorial. It's a beautiful memorial. If you're ever in Thunder Bay to visit the Terry Fox Memorial, it's really an emotional memorial to be beside, just to have the honor to be there. So that was certainly a great memory for us there this summer. And finally, this past Saturday, I was honored to represent City Kawartha Lakes Council in accepting the Ontario flag, the Canadian flag. This is the Canadian flag and the Ontario flag that's in here. They're quite large flags. They're 4x8 flags. And the occasion was the 2023 International Plowing Match and Rural Expo. There were close to 80,000 people that came there this year. This has been a yearly event with the exception of 2020 and 2021. It's been going on since 1911, and this year's host was Dufferin County, and the farm was located northwest of Orangeville near a town called Bowling Green. And it was an incredible, actually really good, excellent turnout this year, and wanted to thank everybody who put that together. The Canadian Armed Forces, they folded up these flags, and we just had an unveiling before council started of the flag. I'm not going to unfurl it, but there'll be pictures of the flag. And this is the flag that of the plowing match that's handed down to each host city. So from October 1st to October 5th, next October 2024, Kawartha Lakes will host this great event, and it'll be held at the Lindsay Exhibition Grounds and surrounding farms. So at the event on Saturday, the Canadian Armed Forces folded that and gave it to our chair, Bob Armstrong, as well as the RV Park chair, Gord Masters, and myself. So it was really an honor to take that and bring it here for
for Kawartha Lakes. So it's going to be a great event next year, and thanks very much for the honor. And this one's for everybody here in Kawartha Lakes. And this past plowing match, there were 600 volunteers. So volunteers are the key to getting this plowing match and Rural Expo to become a successful event. And it's all going to be dependent on the many volunteers that are going to be helping out. So again, it's going to be a great event. And thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for doing that for us. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I'm on the library committee, and I just want to give a shout out for our library, libraries across the region. In honor of September 30th being National Day for Truth and Reconciliation and Orange Shirt Day, all library branches will have a display highlighting library material featuring First Nations, Métis, and Inuit authors. Additionally, the library is promoting the First Nations Community Reads program. Members of the public are most welcome to visit their local branch or go to the Indigenous section on the library's website to view the library's collection of Indigenous materials. And on Saturday, September 30th, the Lindsay branch will host a special Indigenous themed story time at 10:30 a.m. geared towards preschoolers, their parents, and caregivers. All library branches will also have a craft workshop taking place on Saturday, September 30th, with participants making an orange shirt pin to wear in honor of the day. The event is free, requires no registration. So if you want to learn more about truth and reconciliation and the Indigenous stories in Canada, go to your local library and look up the Indigenous materials and learn what it's all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any notices from staff? Seeing none. I need a motion that the minutes of the special council meeting of August 29th, 2023, the regular council meeting of August 29th, 2023, and the special council meeting of August 31st, 2023 be received and adopted. Councillor Warren, Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. Now move on to deputations. And the first deputation is the proposed heritage designation of 1011 Portage Road, Township of Eldon. And we have Ms. Estrella Margolian. You have 2.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Estrella Margolian, and I'm the owner of 1011 Portage Road. I'm here today since I received the bylaw for the heritage designation, and I noted that the Municipal Heritage Committee meeting report was given to the mayors and the councillors. I would like to address some of the points since it was noted that there was consultation with the owner, which is me, and I don't agree with all the points. I have some of those pictures that you've received today, and it's just basically to give you a general idea. One of the pictures is a tree that fell through our garage, and one of the comments was that our insurance would not be affected if we had heritage designation. Well, most people may not be affected. In Kirkfield, we are high risk, our property is at high risk if there is a fire, that the whole place would go down because there's a volunteer fire department and there's a fire hydrant. So there's only one insurance company that will insure us. And so we had that tree go through the garage and it cost us $30,000 to repair it. And we did not go through the insurance because we're so fearful that if we cancel the one insurance that we have, then we won't be able to have our mortgage either and we would lose the place. And so I think while most places may not be affected, ours would certainly be. The other picture shows the two pictures, one when Sir William Mackenzie built the house and the present house now. And it's just to show you that there's been so many different owners and the place has changed so much. One of the comments that I keep seeing is that Sir William Mackenzie lived in Kirkfield in his home, and they refer to the 1011 Portage Road. He lived there for 1 year, and he lived at his home in Balsam Lake for the rest of the time. And so this is significant because we keep acting like this was his home, and it wasn't. I know at the last deputation, it was asked about where he lived on Balsam Lake, that it was torn down. And so I just wanted to comment on that. The family was inheriting properties and they were waiting, and the place was not used by anyone, and so the trespassers came and totally destroyed the inside. They took the panels and used it in the fireplace. The place was so destroyed that their own family tore it down. So it wasn't that a contractor came or developer came to tear down the house. It was basically torn down. And what's very significant about this is that 1011 Portage Road was in perfect shape. So Sir William Mackenzie and his wife had 8 children, and any of those children could have taken 1011 Portage Road, yet all the children and grandchildren chose not to be there because that wasn't their significant place. They like Balsam Lake, they like the lake, they like the place they have. So I think this is very important. The other important thing is in a picture of the present home, there's a tower, and the tower was basically built by Jeremy, the previous owner, because he needed to build a fire escape. And when he went to the city to build this escape that he had to do, he had to submit 3 different drawings because the city refused to accept it until they felt that it went along with the property. So I feel that
I'll
presently...
get you to wrap up now, please.
Yeah, presently it has enough. Basically, I'm just asking for all your support. I am so grateful for everybody who's taken so much time for me and my husband, and I'm so grateful. I'm grateful that Councillor Emmett Yao is here today, and he wasn't here last time. So I was hoping that we could re-vote and hopefully be able to designate it that it's not a heritage property. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to stay there in case there are some questions? Are there any questions from council for the deputant? Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, through you to Estrella. Could you sort of explain to everybody what your experience was with communication? Did you get your notices from Heritage and Economic Development? Did you get them in, how many notices did you get, and how did you feel that, you know, you were notified, and was the system, does it need improvement in some way of notifying people that their property will be potentially designated?
Thank you. Basically, we got it in the mail at the 1011 Portage Road. We do not use the mailbox as all our bills are electronically, so we did not know. So basically, Sharon Stewart, one of our neighbors, saw it posted in the paper and called us, and so it was a big shock to us. But the communication has not been well, because basically with the Municipal Heritage Committee, I was not invited to represent myself, and I felt I should. And then later when I contacted Emily, she said, I apologize, but she didn't tell me there was a report. And the report is saying that they spoke to the owner, which is me, and I wasn't spoken to. And so then I felt that report goes to everyone. And then later on, I started even debating whether my 7-page letter that I gave for the deputation went to everybody, and I emailed her, and I haven't gotten a response. And so then I feel that these comments should not be made without me representing myself after we've devoted so much of our lives to this place. And like, I'm so grateful that Kawartha Lakes is so beautiful, and that's why we love it so much. But I feel that devoting ourselves so much and then being told that we don't have a right to make a decision on our own property is very hurtful.
Quiet. Councillor Ashmore, are you finished?
Fine, thanks, yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering if staff is online to answer a couple of those questions about whether there was a registered piece of mail sent to the deputant. Thank you.
Let's find out. Emily's there. Emily, did you hear Councillor Warren's question?
Yeah, she was just looking if the notice was sent to the deputant.
I wanted to know
yeah, so,
whether or not it was registered, because the deputant basically said that they didn't get notice. So I would think that a letter like that would be, sent that way.
Yeah, so under the Ontario Heritage Act, we're not required to send notice via registered mail. So we send it by regular post. So with this particular application, we sent it to the address that we have on file for the property, which is what we have through MPAC. And that's under the Act and case law, that's how we're supposed to deliver notice. We can also deliver notice via email, but at the time we didn't have an email address for the applicant. That's generally, we try and do that as well to give more notice, but if we don't have that email, we don't send it as well. The applicant reached out to me sort of a couple days later after the notice was sent, and I resent those to them via email. So they received the notices well ahead of the end of the objection period. And I also spoke extensively with them on the phone and via email over the last couple months about the deputation, the ramifications, so on and so forth, as well as the bylaw since our last council meeting.
Any follow-up or? No, thank you. Thanks very much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
I have a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Yeo,
Sorry,
Councillor
Mr.
Perry.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I had a question for.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Joyce.
Yes, I listened to the first deputation at the Council for the Whole and the one today, and I haven't really heard any reason, any undue harm that this heritage designation is going to create. So I don't see the harm. What's the harm? If it's a provincial statute that we're supposed to comply with. If everybody says no, then we don't have any heritage buildings. So just give us a good reason why this should not be labeled heritage.
$30,000.
What's the harm?
Sure. Lots of your property.
The reason
Mrs.
the reason we don't want it heritage is basically one, it affects us. We feel strongly that we're doing everything. When people come and visit the property, they say, we went to a wedding and it was beautiful. It was beautiful because my husband sacrificed all his time fixing it and spending all his money on the property. And basically, we have 2 plaques outside and people are acknowledging that we're supporting it. And basically, we bought the property. It could be anything. We could open up a marijuana store. And instead, we're supporting Sir William Mackenzie. And my husband has spoken to every living relative, read every book, and he's done more than enough to support him. And I don't feel that giving it a heritage designation. His family is alive. His family could have bought the property. His family could still buy the property and hasn't done it. So I don't know why we have to do more than his own family.
Okay,
Councillor Joyce?
Okay, still don't hear any harm. And your husband has done a wonderful job in fixing up it's a beautiful piece of property. I acknowledge that, it's great. But I still don't hear what harm it's causing you.
Well, the other point is that Emily has stated in all her articles that she has written that residential is not a high risk. And our property, when we bought it on MPACs, is commercial residential. It is not solely residential. And there is 12 acres there, and it's residential. So our property should not be a high risk because a developer is not going to come and spend, it would cost $3.5 million to rebuild the house. So a developer would have to spend that plus that when there is hundreds of thousands of acres available all around us. It's not that there's land around us that's not available. So a developer, it would make no sense to buy our property when there's so much land around us. And it's Kirkfield. It's not like an area of that everybody's running there.
It's not developers I'm thinking of as future owners. Anyways, I still don't hear any harm, so thank you.
Future owner.
Thank you.
Future owner. Future owner when there's
If you can't contain yourself from calling out, you'll have to leave. Motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Yeo and Councillor Perry, all in favor. And that's done. Item 6.2 on the agenda are comments regarding item 5.6 from the Committee of the Whole meeting of September 12, 2023, and comments on report Plan 2023-07 relating to items 9.3.12 and 10.3.1 on the agenda. Mr. William Denby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to acknowledge finally, and I've said it before, this is Kawartha First Nations lands. It's not the Mississauga, it's Kawartha First Nation. I'm in court already, and I'm back on the 11th, 13th, 27th, and the 5th of February to prove this is our land, sovereign land, still sovereign. I also want to acknowledge the people that are here, that are camping at our place right now, from clear across Canada. Every province has representation. We're holding the Invictus Off-Road Games. Our brothers and sisters are in Ottawa, are in Toronto right now, asking to talk to government, to come to the table. That's what they were there in Ottawa to do. They weren't there to overthrow government. They were there to hold government accountable. The dirty media spun it on them. We're going to correct that. So I have over approximately 100,000 people coming to my property in Thanksgiving weekend. We're going to invite, and we already have.
That's not the reason for
I'm
your
going to take my
deputation.
I'm going to take my 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes.
I'm going to take my 2.5 minutes, Mr. Mayor, and I'll get to my...
Well, you will either stick to what you made the deputation for, or you will be cut off. So, right now. No, that's not what your deputation is for. Your deputation is to speak to the items
And that's
in the, and you have not.
And that's where I'm going, your mayor. In regards to Mr. Flatto,
There is no such person as Mr. Flatto, and we are not talking about him. We're talking about the planning meeting.
that's correct. And I'm addressing the issue that I brought to council in order to do an investigation into Public Works and to Bylaw that are not doing their job. We have further documentation that we will present after you've made your decision to council. On the second issue that we addressed in council was related to the Long Beach development. We are continuing to oppose any decision made by this council until the RCMP investigation has been completed against Flatto Developments, Tribute Homes, Mr. Ford, and a lot of other people that don't know they're under investigation right now. Your former mayor, Mr. Letham, is under investigation for insider trading. So at that, we welcome all the First Nations and non-First Nations to come and support our homeless veterans, of which I have a colonel here, okay, that is stationed at our place already. To all the homeless, we have over 100,000 likely homeless people right in the province of Ontario. Likely 1 million homeless people. Flatto, they don't build affordable houses. They build houses for the rich. That's who they build them for. Because you want the taxes on a 5,000 square foot, 3,000 square foot home. We're going to build tiny homes for all these people on our lands when we take possession of it again. Thank you.
If you'd stay there for a few minutes and see if there are any questions from council.
I'd be honored to, your mayor.
Any questions from council for the deputy? Seeing none, thank you for your deputation.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to receive the deputation from Mr. Denby? Councillor Warren, seconded by Councillor Perry. All in favor? Thank you. That's passed. Item 6.3. Petition regarding the rural zoning bylaw consolidated project relating to item 12.1 on the agenda Ms. Angel Godso, and Ms. Sheila McFarland. You have 5 minutes.
Am I on? Good. Mr. Mayor, honorable councillors, thank you for allowing me a few minutes of your meeting to address the petition being put forth today. It's asking for a delay until January 1st to vote on the passing of the restructure of our rural zoning bylaws for the former Victoria County townships. Thank you to all those who attended our public meeting. It was really well attended in Cameron on Monday, September 11th. And in canvassing this petition to my neighbors and rural residents of every ward that's been represented in the signatures we gathered, I heard many stories, and on a common theme ran through those stories. People have not been receiving better service since amalgamation. Individuals are experiencing increasing difficulty working on their own properties, being represented, and having their needs met. I also noticed a lot of amendment requests on this agenda today, and I'm wondering if that may be due to the fact that people are seeing what's coming down and wanting to change it before it gets instituted. I really want to point out the importance of really thinking before we pass something that so many people want to already change. I see these growing concerns are symptomatic of a larger problem with the origination of the public-private partnership. During the recent pandemic, we've seen the damage that government overreach and bylaws can do. We need to take seriously any shifts in power and changes to the bylaws. Good bylaws keep people happy and protect our property and our resources. Bad ones can do the opposite. Bylaws affect our ways of life, our businesses, and even our health. I and many others want to meet with you to discuss next steps to be done to remedy the situation that we've now identified.
Hi, my name is Sheila McFarland and I am from Guelph, Ontario. Angel asked me to present some information today that supports this petition, and I'm honored to stand beside her. I met Angel about 6 weeks ago after I saw her deputation that went viral globally. Not sure if you're aware of that. She told you that the public hadn't had an opportunity to be heard with respect to this rezoning restructuring. As she mentioned, when she took this petition door to door, she discovered nobody knew anything about it or where it came from. The same thing is happening in every town, and being well versed in municipal government, I came up here to help her understand the public-private partnership fraud that's happening in this very room and in every city hall. A public-private partnership is a legal creature that looks like government, but it's not. Chances are only Ron, the Chief Administrative Officer, and myself know that this room is actually a United Nations field office, and we are in international jurisdiction right now. And why the only thing you can talk about here is sustainable development and climate change. In this UN partnership, everything can be done by the two signatures of these men, the mayor and the CAO. COVID proved these two officers can not only call a local emergency anytime they want, but they can put a needle in your arm using only a bylaw, like a parking ticket. Yeah, you're right. So you better know who they work for. Just a bit about my background. In 2014, I ran for ward councillor in Kincardine to stop Ontario power generation from burying nuclear waste beside our Great Lakes. I discovered there was a public-private partnership agreement Larry Kramer committed Kincardine to in a secret mayor meeting. And I learned that public-private partnerships are UN creatures, here to bring us de facto global government in lieu of our rightful sovereign powers. Although I didn't win the election, I'm ahead of myself, I apologize, I just wrote this morning, I'm running on 3 hours sleep. Last year, I ran for mayor of Guelph to stop our global mayor, Cam Guthrie, from making international agreements with huge pharmaceutical companies to perform vaccine clinical trials on my family and my friends. Although I didn't win the election, I was able to put the last piece of this fraud together, which is in this information booklet. I appreciate the ability to finish my statement.
You can finish. You have, the 5 minutes is up. I'll allow you to wrap up.
Thank you very much. It's very important information for you too, sir. Honestly, I am speaking to you and the councillors and trying to help you. This booklet you will be receiving, you councillors and you, Doug, it will explain how these non-government city municipalities took over our city hall, convert our official status, they assume regulatory control, and they leave the locally elected officials holding nothing but incredible personal liability for everything they agree to sign. All these long city documents that look like government legislation are only written this way to defraud you of your lawful property rights. One, this bylaw rezoning thing says that the city has the authority to prevent Angel from severing off a small portion of her beautiful farm for her son to build a home on and start a family. This bylaw rezoning says that the city has the authority to terminate all food processing in this area except for marijuana. And this bylaw rezoning, if you read it, and I understand you...
I will get you to wrap up.
You read it?
Please.
Yep. So I have a direction to the mayor and the councillors. There's concrete evidence that you're sitting in 3 different legal capacities: public, private, and international, and with no authority to sign for any of them. I highly recommend you seek independent legal advice. These petitioners and many, many more understood that they elected you to form the public office, and you will be asked to produce your oaths of office if you are sitting in here stating that you are holding public consent. If you have chosen to act in another capacity, they need to know that.
Thank you. Please
3,
wrap
until
up.
your allegiance is proven, these people state that their public and private property are not included in Schedule A of this bylaw rezoning and therefore are not subject to this service agreement. And 4, no one is obligated to obey de facto possession of sovereign governing powers nor participate in fraud.
Thank you. Your time is up.
In closing.
Your time is up.
In closing, with all due respect, in closing, sir, I only have 4. Due to the gravity of this situation, a foreign coup d'etat, this requires your immediate attention, councillors and mayor. You are not authorized to move forward with any city motion until all of you have met with your constituents to their satisfaction. Amen. Please note, failure to answer is an answer. So if you refuse to meet with them, it will indicate that you have abdicated your elected duty to act as their public trustee. Yep. And therefore you hold no representative authority or jurisdiction in this room. And if this is true, they will decide where they go from here. In truth and in the sincerity, I thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
We'll find out. Are there any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you for coming. Oh, Councillor Ashmore.
I just, through the deputants, I just have one question. I was on the petition, and like all petitions are important, but I just see 15 names here. Like how many, my question is, how many are on the petition? I know we changed it where and this applies to every petition, no matter what topic it is. We just publish the first page, but maybe through the clerk, like whether, or I haven't looked on it online, how many are that signed it, but I was just curious to know how many signed it.
We got 203 names.
Okay.
We got names from every ward within 2 weeks.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thanks.
One is all you need to stop anything from moving forward.
Thank you.
How many are needed?
Any other questions for the deputy? I have a motion to receive the deputation.
And gentlemen, you can get your packages from Angel, or your...
Your time has been up. Thank you.
Your Honor.
I have a motion to receive the deputation.
We're giving you the answer.
Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Warren, all in favor? And that's done. Item Item 6.4 is a petition, comments regarding report plan 2023-047 relating to item 10.3.1 on the agenda. Mr. Doug Shaw, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of staff, members of council, and members of the public. I've been here many, many times talking about the same thing, farms and our future. And it seems to be going on deaf ears here. And this municipality is the same municipality that I moved into 20 years ago. Very relaxed, very easygoing. Because I was a farmer in Markham. And I saw that municipality self-destruct with people like Flato Developments. I talked about how they destroyed the river, the Rouge River, how they put a 14-foot sewer down to Lake Ontario to take all the affluent from development, and how they destroyed the Rouge River. Our farm was on the Rouge River. I fished as a boy. You can't fish anything in there now. It's completely destroyed. And this area here will go exactly the same way with development greed from developers, because you know what? From the day that they wake up in the morning to the time that they go to bed, how much money can they make? And it's communities like this that they use to get exactly what they want. Unfortunately, the cards are in your hands to make the right decisions, to make decisions so that we have a situation today where we're celebrating every child matters. Well, you know what? I agree with that. It's a little late, though. Okay, it's a little late to see every child dead. But we have a chance here to save our farms and our future. And what are we doing? We're going to destroy that. Okay, we're going to make every farm a developer's farm. Okay? That's not the way it should be. We need our farms. We need our future. Okay? I was going to bring a paper today showing you what a farm family looks like. It's a family of a husband, wife, and children with a future to bring them up the right way, hardworking, dedicated, tax-paying people. And that's what this area was founded by. Okay? Not developers that come in and make a fast buck and then leave. And these developers, if they can't make $1 here, believe me, the Academy Theatre will be closed and he'll go somewhere else. I know Mr. Flato, and I know Mr. Rantulas. I was part of one of his developments. And I know exactly what he does and how he does it. I'm here to teach you, and please listen to me. The man is all about money. He has 9 communities going at the same time. What does that teach you? What does that what does that tell you? Does he really care about this community, or are the other 8? I don't want to see a funeral for every farm. Every farm matters. Thank you so much for the time today.
Thank you. Would you like to stay there in case there are any questions? Are there any questions from council for the deputant? Seeing none, thanks very much for coming. Can I have a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Yeo, Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor? And that's done. Item 6.5 on the agenda, comments regarding Report Plan 2023-047 relating to item 10.3.1 on the agenda. Ms. Sylvia Keesmaat, you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, and fellow citizens of the City of Kawartha Lakes, I'm speaking with regard to plans that have been submitted to you by Flato for the so-called Kawartha Bay development in Cameron. My name is Sylvia Keesmaat. I'm a scholar, a farmer, and a resident of Cameron who is deeply familiar with the land under consideration. I'd hoped to be presenting a petition to you today with over 330 signatures. Unfortunately, I didn't read the website well enough. So Mike Perry currently has that petition, and it will be coming to council in the future. And I'd like to just say something about the people who signed that petition and why they did so. And these are my concerns as well. Some of our concerns include, but are not limited to, the land that Flato is requesting for rezoning in order to enable a top-tier golf course and resort is viable farmland. It is not, as Flato's planner suggested at the planning committee meeting, vacant land. Interestingly, that's one of the lines that colonizers used to justify the seizure of Indigenous land, something that might be appropriate to mention today. Please do not do this. I would like to just make my presentation. We're in a similar situation here. This land has been farmed, and where there is good arable land, it's been farmed well, and it has been grazed where there is thin soil cover. This grazing is precisely what has been necessary to preserve the unique ecosystem of this land and the rare and at-risk species that live on this land. A developer might consider this land to be vacant. It is, in fact, habitat to many diverse and important species. This brings me to my next point. Anyone who works on the climate crisis issues, which I do in my professional life, can tell you that we're facing 2 threats to viable life on our planet. One is increasing global temperatures, and the other is loss of biodiversity. The lands under consideration, with their delicate and diverse ecosystems, are a crucial piece in maintaining biodiversity in the Kawartha Lakes. More than 12 birds from the Species at Risk Act can be found on this property. The proposed portions of protected land, if you look at the plan, you'll see that Flato says that 25% of the land is to be protected. These are small little bits that are too close to dwellings and roads to be able to support these endangered and threatened species, which currently rely on the ecosystem of the entire area. Another piece in maintaining biodiversity in our area is the health of our groundwater and lakes. Irrigation runoff from golf courses are, to put it bluntly, an environmental disaster. On this land, the irrigation from the proposed golf course will cause water to flow over the limestone and bedrock that lie so close to the surface of this land, carrying pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, and fertilizers from the golf course into the lake and into neighboring wells through the groundwater. As a farmer, I have completed an environmental plan for my farm, and what do they focus on but wells? That's what we have to protect. Developers should not be exempt from that protection. No matter how existing residents draw their drinking water, it will no longer be healthy. Recent reports that show that golf courses in Ontario have not reduced pesticide, herbicide, and fungicide use, in spite of what the industry says, are easily found. In fact, studies show increased cancer levels to those who live near these golf courses. Fourth, this proposed development bears eerie similarity to a resort called Friday Harbor near Innisfil. I encourage you to look it up. The marina connected to that harbor has not only increased noise pollution on Lake Simcoe, but the pressure of the resort and increased boat traffic has spiked pollution levels so that Lake Simcoe will be a dead lake in 10 years. Sturgeon Lake is much smaller than Lake Simcoe and will not be resilient enough to stay healthy in the face of pollutants from both the golf course and the proposed marina. And this, of course, will not encourage tourism in our area. Fifth, this development will do nothing to solve the housing crisis in our city. There are over 2,800 people on the list for affordable housing in the city of Kawartha Lakes at this moment. Short-term rentals and seasonal homes outside of urban boundaries have the effect of raising house prices in an unhealthy way, so that our children and elderly people who want to stay in this city are unable to find affordable housing. And sixth, at the Planning Committee meeting, another speaker mentioned the elephant in the room, the fact that at the inquiry into the Greenbelt land scandal, Mr. Rematula's testimony as the Integrity Commissioner said, strained credibility. This suggests that we should not permit rezoning to happen until we have full and complete plans, not only for this property, but also adjoining properties that Mr. Rematula has purchased to the north of the proposed development. He's bought land all the way up to Highway 121.
Could I get you to wrap up, please?
Yes. Mr. Rematula's planner has suggested that the city provide approvals and then they'll give us the plans. This, since trust seems to be lacking, seems not to be a good idea. I conclude by asking that council send this request back to staff until all the technical studies have been reviewed, completed, and peer-reviewed, and that when the data from the relevant studies have been completed and presented, I urge council to then discuss and commission further studies that can address the concerns I've raised above. And I'll take any questions now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Sylvia, for coming today. You talked about water quality. Do you have concerns also about, I think I heard, quantity also?
Well, there are questions about quantity. Since the project, well, first of all, the groundwater in the area is already inadequate for the people who live there. So that's why Mr. Rematula and Flato are suggesting drawing water from the lake through and putting in their own water treatment plant. This will put incredible pressure on Sturgeon Lake in terms of the amount of water that is drawn, and the water that will return to the lake via the golf course will then be tainted water. So there will be questions about even the quality of water that people in the development are drinking as well, as it comes from the lake.
Any other questions? Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? Thank you. Item 7 is correspondence, and I don't believe we have any correspondence today. No? And no presentations. We'll move on to Committee of the Whole. And Committee of the Whole. That the minutes of the September 12th, 2023 Committee of the Whole meeting be received and the recommendations included in section 9.3 of the agenda be adopted, save and accept items 9.3.15, 9.3.17, 9.3.18, and 9.3.25. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Councillor Warren, you have 9.3.15.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, my motion is I'd like to make a motion to receive report 9.3.15 and that the amendment to the clean and clear bylaw regarding long grasses be forwarded back to staff for report to council with comments from Economic Development and Kawartha Conservation, and I'll speak to it if I get a seconder. Thanks.
Is there a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Richardson? Go ahead.
Yeah, so we've had a little bit of information, and I've tried to find more information, as has our lawyer, Robin Carlson, and we just needed a little bit more time. I know that Ms. Carlson has reached out to Economic Development and Kawartha Conservation, so I think by the time we come to the next Committee of the Whole, that we should have more information on just what other municipalities are doing. I sat in on the Environmental Caucus of Ontario. I've been made almost every meeting, and that was one of the issues that we were talking about. And so they also, that group is going to forward me information about what other municipalities are doing, because it's a big topic these days. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, thank you through you, Mayor. I'm actually supporting this transition information. I think that all of us need a little bit more information as we move forward, because there's some ebbs and flows throughout the report that we have all expressed, and it gives an opportunity for those particular questions to be answered at this time.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Is there a timeline on that?
Can we get a timeline?
I would say by the it's up to Ms. Carlson, but I would say by the next council meeting.
That's not a lot of time. That's, a month.
End of Q4.
End of Q4?
Yeah.
You okay with that, Deputy Mayor? Thank you. All in favor? And that passes. Item 9317, Councillor McDonald, it's a request for an encroachment agreement at 8 Monty's Inn Street.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a resolution I think that will solve this problem, and I'll just read it to you. That report RS2023-037 requested that the encroachment agreement on 8 Monty's Inn Street be received, that the request for the license agreement to continue to permit the existing structures that are currently permitted pursuant to the existing license agreement be allowed, and that the license agreement for 8 Monty's Inn Street be expanded to permit a designated area for motor vehicle temporary year-round parking to a max of 4 vehicles.
Thank you. Seconder, Deputy Mayor Richardson. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor?
I guess I just wanted to say that, for anybody, I think I said at the last meeting that these people have been living there for 20 years and they've been parking there for 20 years. There's 4 vehicles that are parked there. There's no other way they can park anywhere because, yes, they do have lots of land, but behind their land there's no road, so they'd have to build a road about 100 yards in. They'd have to move the fences for their horses. So I'm just saying that, if it's been good for 20 years and no issues, I can't see that we cannot work with these people to let them park their vehicles there.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and I'm seconding it as well. I'm very familiar with the property and the surrounding area, and I think it's a solution that would probably work well for the resident and for the city, so I'm full support.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So you're aware of the motion. Everybody in favor? And that's passed. Next item is 9318. Councillor Joyce, this is yours. Request for license agreement at 51 Cambridge Street South.
Yeah, if I can get a seconder, I want to vote against this encroachment agreement. I'll explain why.
Well, let's see if we can get you a seconder. Is there a seconder to Councillor Joyce's? Councillor Ashmore? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, staff has recommended against this. We have bylaws in place. This one's a safety concern. It's there for a reason. I know it's been there for 20 years, but there's technology today. There's lots of ways to safeguard the residents' constituents' place, house, and his valuables with newer technology. Lights, cameras, alarms. There's a elementary school right at the corner there, and I just really, the picture that was shown in the council of the whole is daytime. Take the same picture at night, and I just have concerns of a cyclist coming along and people going through a stop sign, and we have a problem. So I don't believe the encroachment should be allowed.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, did you want to speak to it?
No, I'm fine, thank you. I think Councillor Joyce explained it.
Councillor McDonald?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, at the committee of whole, we made a request for this to be an encroachment to happen. The individuals lived there for 40 years. The fence has been there for 20 years. It is now a four-way stop. It is a very, very safe corner. We just got to stop these issues coming up with when one person complains, and all of a sudden we have to go through all this to get things resolved. So I'm still in favor for the encroachment. Like I said, this guy, 40 years he's been there, and the fence has been 20 years, and then all of a sudden we're just going to change it just like that. Like I said, four-way stop. It's safe and everywhere you go because every vehicle has to stop. We can't stop people from going through stop signs. Like that's unfortunately, we can't stop stupid as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to say that we keep this fence there and we grant him the encroachment.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, you changed your mind?
Well, no, I just had a question. I just wanted to know, I'm not sure who to direct it to, but how far off is the fence? How far, sorry I didn't write that down last time, but how much is the encroachment in actual space, like measurement? I don't need to get too right on, but I mean, is this fence really off the property line onto city land, or just a question?
I see we have Sherry online. Do you have an answer to that question?
So it's my understanding that the fence is on the resident's property, but that it's encroaching on the site triangle at the corner because it's a corner property, and so yes, it's my understanding that the fence is on their property.
Thank you.
Actually, I think it must be on our property. My apologies.
Okay.
I believe it's on city property. It's also interfering with city, like the services.
For
That's
20,
not my
for
concern.
20
We can
years?
work around that. It's the sightline angle.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank
But you're
you.
right. It is on city property.
Okay.
And in fact, if he angles it back, then I'm okay with the fence.
I'll get you on sum up, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions or comments from council? Now you can do it on sum up, Councillor Joyce.
All right, on sum up. Yeah, I guess I'll sum up this way. It gets personal, I guess. 4 years ago, my daughter suffered from a traumatic brain injury. She's had to learn how to spell and write again. She graduated from the University of Ottawa with a double degree. One of her best talents was essay writing. She's got A's. Good news is she's a lot better today. But why did this happen? Somebody drove through a red light. And I just don't want to see that happening to someone else again. That's my sum up.
Thank you. So the motion is to overturn what was produced at Committee of the Whole, recommending that a request for a license agreement be renewed. Councillor Joyce is saying it should be rejected. So all of those in favor of rejecting the license agreement? And that fails. Councillor McDonald, did you want to make the motion as printed?
Yes, through you, I'd like to make the motion to move this forward as printed.
Seconder? Deputy Mayor Richardson. Anybody want to talk to it? All in favor? And that's passed. Item 9325, Councillor Ashmore, that's yours, Lady Eaton Elementary School.
I had a question on an item just before that. I don't know if you'll allow it, but I dropped one question on another item, but 9.3.11, I was wondering if I could, I know what's at the first of it, but I had a question on that, please, before I get to this.
That's the retaining wall?
Yes.
So if it's just a question, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess through you to Ms. Dyer, the deputant, or two of them were here 2 weeks ago. Is there any way that staff can work with the owner to see if they can resolve this issue without it going further? It goes back a while, but is there any way that staff can work with the owner on this retaining wall issue?
Sherry?
So through you to the councillor, I'm not sure what you mean by work with the resident in order to resolve the issue, because the issue is that the fence is actually blocking the sight line. I suppose we could perhaps make a suggestion to the resident to relocate the corner.
We're on another one now. We're on 9311, the retaining wall.
Oh.
I don't think it's yours, Sherry.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's probably Public Works, Counselor. Sorry about that. Director Robinson, would you care to weigh in?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council. I believe the report was through our legal group, but I can speak to it. Again, the general issue with the residents have brought forward is there's a retaining wall in their backyard that's privately owned that's failing. They're asking the municipality for support to rebuild or repair that retaining wall. I still have the similar question to Ms. Dyer. I don't know what he means by work with the residents to resolve the matter. There's no resources or funding or allocation for that type of support.
Well, yeah, just the issue is that this wall was constructed through the city. It started in the former Emily Township. It's in Omimi, 39 Helen Drive, but technically it was Emily Township. The building officials at the time engaged the services of a contractor, and they approved the work, which is the city, Emily Township, which became City Kawartha Lakes. And so that's really not an issue what it was, but it was City Kawartha Lakes prior Emily Township. So this retaining wall was built under our authority and our direction and our approvals. So the retaining wall has failed, and it is failing as we speak. So it's become a danger, but the thing is, it's correct. It's on private property, but this retaining wall was approved by us. So that's what, this is a bit complicated. But they do have a point, because we as the municipality did approve this construction, and it's at the point now where it is failing.
Director Rojas, did you want to say something?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, this was an old plan of subdivision. So as a lot of plan of subdivisions go, we sever lots and the developer grades on those lots. In order to make up the grade differential, a retaining wall was proposed. It was reviewed at the time by the Township of Emily, approved. There was deficiencies noted prior to assumption, and the developer fulfilled all his requirements, fixed all the deficiencies, made the wall whole, and then it gets transferred over to whoever buys the home or the lot. Just like some developers add gardens, some developers add sheds, fences as part of their purchase and sale. So yes, Councillor Ashmore is correct. It was approved by the township at the time, but it was within the context of the plan of subdivision criteria, right? Just like a house, it goes through the building department and then we turn it over to the homeowner. Similar thing, it's a structure. It's actually performed quite well. It's been up for 30, 40 years, so that's a good thing. And with any structure, it requires regular maintenance. So this is 100% private property and should be maintained by that private individual. I equate to, again, a shed that someone puts up, foundations. The city wouldn't go into private property and evaluate that. That's sort of the responsibility of the homeowner.
Thank you. Is that okay, Councillor Ashman?
That's fine. I appreciate that information. So.
Thank you. So now we're moving on 9325, which is Lady Eaton Elementary School.
Yeah, I just wanted to update council. So what the parents and myself are thinking about, talked about this, is that we want to approach the school board on this one more time and see if they can maybe hold another meeting, public meeting, which would be good. So basically we're going to work with the school board and see what we can come up with. I mean, it's no harm done in trying to ask them, how they can work with the parents and either do this transition amicably or work out, see whether there's any chance that this school could be saved. So I think the next step for me and for the parents is to work with the school board. So that's what we're going to do right now. So just thought I'd let you know.
Thank you. Did you want to move the recommendation from the Committee of the Whole?
Yeah, I'll move that. Thanks.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's done. Moving on to Planning Advisory Committee. We need a motion. That the minutes of the September 13th, 2023 Planning Advisory Committee meeting be received and the recommendations included in sections 10.3 of the agenda be adopted. Save and accept items 10.3.1, 10.3.3, and 10.3.6. I have a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Yeo. Councillor Perry. All in favor?
10.33 was withdrawn by Ashmore.
Councillor Ashmore, you withdrew 10.33, right? So can we include 10.33 in that, Councillor Yeo and Councillor Perry? Okay, so the only extractions are 10.31 and 10.36. All in favor? That's passed. Item 10.31, Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And as Councillor for Ward 3, as the ward councillor where this development is being proposed, I wanted to make sure I extracted it and just acknowledged the concerns that I continue to hear literally on a daily basis from my constituents, which I share. Agriculture and farming land, the ecosystem, already insufficient water for current farming operations. How much of the water is being taken from Sturgeon Lake? To what effect? Their proposed private wastewater treatment on site, road capacity, social service capacity, where the driveways will be. So many concerns, Mayor, and few answers at this time. So I want to be able to move this motion, of course, not approving this zoning today, but rather to send it back to staff for more information as printed.
Yes, the recommendation from the planning committee was that it go back to staff to address local concerns.
That's correct, Mayor.
And other issues that have arisen. So you have a seconder? Councillor Warren, did you want to speak to it?
Councillor Perry hit all the salient points, and I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. So that's going back to staff. Moving on, item 1036, draft plan of subdivision, Kawartha Lakes Road 36. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Hawley. Just a question on the wastewater treatment for those 113 homes. And first of all, those 113 homes, would be quote unquote affordable housing units? Like, they would be the first ones that would be starting, and as far as the servicing, has that been nailed down 100% how we're going to be servicing that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the units are on full municipal services, so service connections will be brought from across the road, and they will be connected permanently to full municipal services. With respect to housing affordability, I'm not clear about what the price point of the units are. However, townhouse units will tend to be more affordable in some cases than either single detached units or possibly semi-detached units. So I would say it probably is more of an affordable price point than some of the other single detached units.
That's fine. I appreciate that. So.
Do you have a motion?
Okay, a motion.
As printed?
As printed.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, were you seconding? Or?
I was going to speak to it briefly.
Go ahead. Well, let me get a seconder here first. I have a seconder, Deputy Mayor Richardson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly, I talked to Councillor Smeaton and Deputy Mayor Richardson and Councillor McDonald about this project. Price point attainability isn't the overall goal of affordable housing, and the two should not be conflated. I want to make that point clear. I also want to make a point that in approving this phase 1 today, that there is still a 30% affordable by the CMHC definition of affordable housing commitment with the developer moving forward, and we will be keeping an eye out on the next phases to ensure that those commitments are lived up to. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, did you wish to speak to it?
Absolutely, thank you, and through you, Mayor. Also, just want to reiterate, of course, we're looking at that attainable housing component, and we're moving forward because that is a niche that we need right now. But absolutely, the developer still needs to adhere to those secondary plan review and adhere to the framework. That was actually the framework agreement that was a condition of the last term of council. So moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a mover and seconder, all in favor? And that's passed. Did you want to take 10 minutes here before we got into the consent agenda? Okay. So, moving on to item 11, which is consent matters. Deputy Mayor Richardson, you have the motion for consent.
I do, and I just want to confirm that it's 11.1.1 and 11.1.2 that is extracted.
Those are the only two extractions we have.
Okay, great, thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that all the proposed resolutions shown in section 11.1 of the agenda be approved and adopted by the council in the order that they appear on the agenda, in sequentially numbers save and except for the items 11.1.1 and 11.1.2.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. 11.1.1, Deputy Mayor Richardson, you extracted that.
I did, and thank you. It's a pretty fulsome report with lots of ebbs and flows, and it's pretty new to all of us. I do at this time, though, want to move the motion at the bottom of the report that the City of Kawartha Lakes is committed to the housing target of 6,500 housing units constructed by the end of 2031, and that this resolution be provided to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and I can speak to it if I have a seconder.
Councillor Warren, you're seconding that. Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I can, and then I'm going to refer it right to you just to probably do a recap with the CAO and yourself. But for me, when I'm reading through this entire report, it's getting to the end game, and the end game is that we have to, endorse and follow that 6,500, so we are eligible for that funding that's out there, and we need to have that funding. So for me, this is the step that we need to take.
Councillor Warren, do you want to speak?
Absolutely. It's all about accessing the money, and I know you're a fair mayor, so I'm not too worried about your strength. Thank you. Just one other comment. There are a lot of, questions I have, so you're going to have to deal with it. Would you be open to having us ask you, going really through it? Because I have a few questions that I would just direct to you personally then.
Yeah, I think what I'm going to do before we vote is I'm going to speak to this, and I think the CAO will also speak to it, and then we'll get questions, going as we go before we vote on the issue. So you're the seconder. If you're finished speaking as seconder, we will say something and then we'll entertain questions. Is that fine?
What I was thinking, because there are lots of pieces to this, and I'm just wondering, after the fact, I support this 100% because we do need the funding, but there are some questions that I need to delve into a little deeper that I don't think can be answered today. So my question would be, can we, send you some questions after the fact as well?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton, you had a question?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I had a quick question for the CAO about the report, if that's okay. Just really quickly, it caught my eye. On page 88, it mentions 28 large municipalities have collectively, right? And it lists, what am I trying to do here? Sorry, I lost my spot. I'll just go to my notes. 1 second, my apologies. It refers to us not as a large municipality. So the definition of a large municipality is, it says that there were 28 large municipalities, single or lower tier municipalities with a population exceeding or reaching 100,000 by 2031. Then it goes on to list us as the next, which had the 50,000 criteria. But are we not projected to be over 100,000 by 2031? So shouldn't we be listed as a large municipality? But we're not, so that confused me.
So
no, but
through
it says
you,
projected up
so
to
through you, Mr. Mayor, so we were projected to reach 100,000 by 2031, and we could split hairs in terms of the amount, but essentially we were right on that cusp, if you will. I think still appropriately in that 50,000 plus second grouping though. But again, now based on the targets that we're looking at, you are correct. We would be looking to reach 100,000 population, almost spot on to 2031. So again, I could take it back to the ministry. I'm not sure what their formula is, but essentially we're in that very next group of mid-sized municipalities, and there were 21 of them listed.
If I were to speculate, I'd say it's because that's where we are right now. So they took that number. Councillor McDonald?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, to add to Councillor Smeaton, is that going to affect how much money we get if we're over the 50,000 or over 100,000? Does that determine if we're just a minimum one? Does that mean that we'll get less money?
Yeah, the determination on the money is based on how you do against the housing targets on a yearly basis. So I guess the other part of, what we're approving is the housing targets. What comes with that housing target is strong mayor responsibilities. And I call it responsibilities because it is incumbent on me. And they're not asking council to do this. They're asking the head of council to do this. But I think we have always acted in a collaborative manner. We have always acted in accordance with democratic procedures in that we consult with the council on how we do things. If you can't be quiet in the gallery, you will have to leave. So where we are today is we are approving the numbers of housing going forward so we can tap into the 1.2 billion that will help us build the infrastructure we need. Because this housing is going to be built one way or the other. Whether we do it or we don't do it, it's going to get built. So we need that infrastructure money to go forward. As I've said to you before, and as I've said to the press, and I've said many, many times, I do not envision a time when I would use strong mayor powers. But it is there, and it needs to be open and transparent that this is that this is out there. But again, it's being me that's being asked to sign my name to this. But I wanted to make sure that all of you were included, and I got your support to go forward with this. There are many little things that go with this strong mayor power. And I don't know if the CAO would you like to speak to it at all?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. So maybe I'll just back up briefly so that there's a history or a flow to the report or the request. So essentially what's in front of the head of council is confirmation that Kawartha Lakes will meet 6,500 new constructed units by the end of 2031. Mayor asked us to do a bit of a review, look at what we're doing or planning or forecasting through our growth management planning and studies, and was assured that it essentially is on the mark in terms of what we would be forecasting in our current growth plans. So that's the first. In June, the minister reached out to the head of council and essentially said, we have 28, it's actually 29 municipalities, but one didn't sign on. Here are housing targets. The next group of 21, we're asking you to commit to some number, and we're giving you till the end of the year to do that exercise. So it was open-ended. And so we started to mobilize based on that request to look at what a number might be, and we're working towards a housing pledge. Shortly thereafter, about a month later, the minister wrote again to the head of council and said, we've actually targeted the units for you. So it imposed those targets on the 21 additional towns and cities. And the request was then simply to confirm that you're committed to building that to that target. So essentially, in preparing the report today. That was sort of the extent of the conversation. The deadline was October 15th, and this is the last regular council meeting for you to provide formal input. About less than 2 weeks ago, the mayor received a follow-up. I essentially liken it to a survey, but it was the province's Affordable Housing Task Force made 74, I believe, recommendations to the government to achieve housing supply to 2031. It's that 1.5 million units right across the province. And polled the head of council and said, here are those recommendations. How do they translate locally for you? Are you opposed to them? Do you object to them? And what are the top ones that you would sort of put at the top of the list as feedback to the government, so that when we develop the fund and we develop other strategies to support those pledges, that they're aligned and that we will look at it from a local perspective. So I'll maybe half apologize, but more so to say the report very quickly changed, and you saw a very long list of 74 recommendations. And certainly nobody's had the time up to today to be able to weigh them, the head of council included. And so the intent was to get it out there, get you thinking about it, and then prior to that deadline of response, which I think is a day after the target, so October 16th, the head of council needs to respond back to the minister. So I think the question was raised. I certainly won't speak for the mayor, but I saw you nodding that the intent was to solicit feedback from council to inform that response back on the survey before October 16th. But again, you don't have another formal council meeting until after that deadline, so that's why it was attached and included in this current report to you.
Councillor Joyce, you had a question?
More of a comment than a question. First of all, I fully endorse strong mayor powers for our Mayor Elmsley. But whenever I see something like this, I look to succession, the future. November 16th, 2026, we don't know who we'll have for a mayor and how that mayor will respond with these strong mayor powers. So I just, but the devil are in the details, and they haven't arrived yet, so we have to examine that. So that's just something, you know, we have a strong democracy with guardrails. The guardrails are important. So I just want to throw that out there, that is there an end date to the strong mayor powers? I do note it is specifically to address the housing supply crisis. So that's just my comment, that we something to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think just as a partial response anyway, Councillor, there are checks and balances, because if the mayor makes a decision, for instance, suppose the mayor was to veto something, council can, by a 2/3 majority, overturn that. And when you think about the 2/3 majority, right now, in order to pass anything, it has to be 5-4. A 2/3 majority is only 6-3, so it's one more vote. So there are checks and balances in there, and certainly a future provincial government can take away these powers as quickly as they gave them, and they are restricted to certain issues, so it's not all encompassing. So I don't know if that gives you more of a warm, fuzzy feeling for it. Councillor Warren.
No, I'm warm and fuzzy already. It's just I wanted to bring attention to that. That's all. Is
duly noted.
The future.
Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So on what I asked earlier, so those 74 questions, we're not going to have another council meeting, but we can go through those. I haven't spent a whole lot of time going through all those, as the CAO said they haven't either. So if we reach out to the mayor and the CAO, you will answer those questions for us and have some sort of process before the strong mayor power takes hold, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't take hold till the end of October, and we have to answer this by the 16th. And I think once you read the questions, and I haven't, like you, I haven't had the time to go through them in detail, I think, the important ones will become apparent. The ones that are important to us will pretty much become apparent. So, Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I do share some of Councillor Joyce's concerns about secession. I know you do too, nodding your head. My question, I guess, is in reviewing the material. I was just for clarity, and perhaps CAO, you could answer this question. I see the housing targets. I see the strong mayor powers. How is the link being made, for clarity, that one is dependent on the other, as is seemingly being presented here?
Maybe I'll start and the CAO will correct me.
Just for clarity, I want to make sure I've got this down. Thank you.
Yeah, please do. I think the way they're connected is that if you note that most of the strong mayor powers have to do with supporting provincial legislation and supporting the provinces build more homes faster, so that if they see if there is an impediment to that, that it gives the mayor the ability to override it. And again, even if the mayor overrides it, council with a 2/3 majority can override that. So there is a checks and balance there. But maybe the CAO can explain it better.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly this won't be my opinion specifically, but sort of my read of the government, where they essentially are in establishing targets and soon to establish a sort of funding model for critical infrastructure and so on, are aligning their provincial priorities through the legislation change with the thought that it will either reduce red tape. This is their language, not mine. So one would be red tape reduction, so being able to move things through quickly. Influencing budgets, so when you look at the key priorities, so which would be housing, jobs, those stated provincial, if there are certain applications that align with the creation of units, with affordable housing, whatever the case may be, it gives the mayor some ability to veto decisions that don't meet those stated priorities, for example.
Thank you.
But they're completely linking the two to increasing the housing supply and the infrastructure that supports that supply over the next 7 years.
So if I could then, it sounds to me like here's a priority on housing units. It's complicated. We want you to have strong mayor powers in order to deliver on this. Is that right? So is the motion that we're looking at today simply empowering strong mayor powers on this housing issue, or, to use a better term, holus bolus, that would continue in perpetuity for other acts as well?
There are other things that it does speak to, but they are generally in support of housing, and they will continue going forward. But if, for instance, like I'm not going to be available for our meeting on the 29th, Deputy Mayor Richardson will be doing that. But she doesn't get strong mayor powers. Not that they would be in effect by that time anyway, but were we to go forward at the time, if the deputy mayor steps in, she would not get the strong mayor powers.
I understand. It's interesting to see how the province has tied these two together, especially when you look at the press release in preparing for today from the Government of Ontario itself. One of the, not just powers, but duties of a strong mayor, bringing forward, the last one at the very end, bringing forward matters for council consideration if the head of council is of the opinion that considering the matter would potentially advance a provincial priority. So I'm concerned that this is a carrot or a linking to try to, which would undermine the independence of the mayor and also make it more of a vassal state where mayors and local authorities are losing their power in exchange for, the housing in this situation, trying to make it very difficult, if not irresistible, for us to comply. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Good you brought your relatives today.
With honor, Mr. Mayor.
Moving on, if you can't keep quiet in the gallery, you will have to leave. Are there any other questions or comments from anybody? So we have a motion on the floor with a seconder. All in favor? And that's passed unanimously, and I thank you all very much, because I think that we are really going to need the money that comes with these housing targets. And that's what it's about.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, it is. Thanks. Moving on to item 11.1.2, which is the flag policy. And Councillor Perry, that's yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly, for the flag policy, the half-masting of flags, Mayor, in your excellent remarks this morning, at noon rather, in the flag raising, you had talked about reconciliation not simply being about relationships, but also about action. And in reviewing the draft flag policy, and I flagged this to the clerk, half-masting of flags is being proposed, as it should, for various dignitaries. The short-ish list, including the sovereign's immediate family, governors general, prime ministers of Canada, lieutenant governor of Ontario, premier of Ontario. My fellow councillors can read the list: members of parliament, mayor and member of council, and then former dignitaries of Ontario, the federal government of Canada, and mayors of the former county of Victoria when requested. I just found in reading this through my eyes, conspicuous by its absence were unfortunately our Indigenous leaders that we partner with and work with, especially here locally every day. Indigenous peoples and their government enjoy or have won a nation-to-nation, government-to-government relationship with levels of government in Canada. And so what I would put forward, and the clerk and I talked to this, that the report be put over so that the clerk's office can consult with our local Indigenous governments with whom we work and see if they would like to, some of their dignitaries and their leaders here locally to be included on that list in recognition of the full partnership and the equal party status that our governments have with Indigenous governments and representative institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you seconding that, Councillor Warren? Or were you seconding it, Councillor Ashmore? You had your light on.
I just had a question.
Okay, we'll get to you in a minute, okay? So you have a seconder. Have you spoken to it, or you want to speak to it?
Myself?
Yeah.
I feel I just spoke to it. This would be a referral back.
Okay. Councillor Warren.
I second it because I think that makes total sense, especially today. It's very relevant, so I look forward to the report back from staff.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through you to the clerk. Just a couple things. For example, that I would use would be Remembrance Day. So what would be the protocol to say we could dedicate the whole month of November as Remembrance Month? Would something like that be, would we have to bring that to council as a resolution, as an example? Because it's, even though it's one day, a lot of us, we don't celebrate it, we commemorate it as a whole month, as an example.
So of course the flag policy is a council policy, so whatever is contained in the policy is something that council has decided on, the majority of council. Certainly I don't think there's such a competing number of days that of lowering the flag, whether it's a death or it's firefighters week. There's so many competing days that having a whole month with the flags lowered might be a conflict with other events. But again, this is a council policy, so it's whatever you decide.
This actually, I should have clarified, this wouldn't be a half mast. This would be at the top, like it wouldn't be lowered. It would be kept there for a specified period of time. Instead of one day, it could be 2 weeks, it could be a month. But I wasn't referring to it being half staff, but as if it was at the top for a month.
I guess I was confused with Remembrance Day, because that would talk to me as being half-mast. If it was like Pride Month, or if there is a certain day that you're recognizing like polio, again, there's so many events throughout the year that certainly you don't want to compete. You don't want to deny someone, an organization, from flying an alternate flag because someone has booked a full month. So, but again, it's a council policy, and it depends on what your priorities are.
And just the final question was, on page 112, it says the office of the mayor and the office of the CAO. Would it be appropriate to put the office of the mayor and council and the office of the CAO inserted into that? It's about halfway down page 122.
So is that the previous policy? I believe that's a previous policy. So the new policy is proposing that it is out of the clerk's office. Certainly your opinion can be submitted as far as taking the political decision-making out and having more of an administrative role, but certainly the clerk's office would take into consideration other factors.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just find that kind of difficult, because I think it should remain, even if it doesn't include mayor or council, that the office of the mayor and council, I don't know why we couldn't put it all in, the office of the mayor and council and the office of the CAO, which the clerk's office would be, under, that we would include everybody in the decision making. Because I think it's important that elected officials have some say in, what we put on our flagpole.
Sometimes it is, the policy stipulates what you would allow on the flagpole, so it identifies all those special events. We do have criteria that they have to meet in order to have alternate flags flown. As long as they meet that criteria, there's no reason why we would deny that. The reason why council is not involved with decision-making is quite often it's a quick turnaround, and if the request comes in and council's not meeting for another 28 days, then we might miss an opportunity of doing a flag raising for an alternate cause.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. And I just want to use that example that Councillor Ashmore did use. I mean, if you are talking about Remembrance Day, the Royal Canadian Legion has very strict guidelines when it comes to raising that flag and Remembrance Day. So, and I know that you are looking at those when those type of requests do come in. So it's just, I know there's a lot of different avenues that we do have to look at when we do actually move forward and put these flags up. So thank you.
Yeah. The other thing I missed is if it's not mentioned in our policy, we take the lead, or we take the lead from the federal and provincial governments. So if there's occasions where it has to be half staff and it's not mentioned in our policy, it's whatever the provincial or federal government dictates.
Thank you. So we have a mover and seconder to send it back to staff for further consultation. Is there a timeline on that?
Is end of Q4 getting really, really busy?
It'll probably be more their response time, right?
Right, let's give some more time for consultation.
Yeah.
Let's say Q1, end of Q1 next year. And thank you for considering. I just know in looking at the list, it looked very much like how Canada has been for 156 plus years. And we all know that we have new realities that we're recognizing as foundational to our experience of Canada. We're all treaty people. And even myself, I had to catch myself in terms of making sure there was consultation with First Nations, Métis, and governments and representative institutions, rather than just proposing a list today. I myself had to say, wait a second, the Indigenous way is consultation and cooperation. Nothing for us without us. And so I want to thank the clerk for the reminder, and put this to my council colleagues for their support or not.
Thank you. That was sum up. All in favor? And that passes. Moving on to petitions. Item 12.1 is a petition regarding the rural zoning bylaw consolidation project. A complete copy of the petition with 205 signatures is available for viewing at the clerk's office. Can I have a motion to refer the petition to staff? Councillor Smeaton and Ashmore. All in favor? And that passes. There's no other new business. We'll go to item 14, which is bylaw. Councillor Yeo, you have bylaws, and I believe you're extracting bylaw 14.111.
Correct. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Perry that the bylaws shown in section 14.1 of the agenda, namely items 14.1.12 and including 14.1.10, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
Thank you. All in favor? And that passes. Over to you for item 14.111.
I have no motion.
So is there somebody to move it a first and second time? Councillors Perry and Warren. Councillor Yeo, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I will now, thank you. This bylaw should not be passed in my mind. And I do apologize to my constituents for not being here. I was at a family matter, and I understand that my vote would have been the determining vote at the time to not allow this designation to go through. This designation would cause both financial and quite frankly detrimental mental health problems for these people. It is eating them up so bad. The property already has a federal plaque on it. If you want a testament to Mackenzie Mansion, you can take a drive down Balsam Lake where the real estate was, and you can see the fabulous stone walls that are a testament to the time. This house is but a ghost of what it was built. It's nothing, not even close to what was there when it was built. And I found, and I want to thank the councils for speaking for me at the time, but the staff report was convenient. The answers in it were convenient, and to me, it just lacked in any teeth and why it should be. But the full passion and response by the constituents that wasn't shared with council. The whole thing, and in the report it says the constituents didn't want the whole report shared with council. Well, that's not true. They wanted council to be fully aware of what was going on, and council wasn't given that opportunity. So I just wanted to pull this bylaw out, let it die on the floor where it should have died in the first place, and not designate this property as heritage, because it's not. The federal government already has a plaque there.
People come on their private property and view the plaque, that's fine. And the true testament, like I say, is the stone walls are left by the family, restored by the family, upkept by the family, where they are in Balsam Lake Drive, where the rightful estate truly was. So I hope you will not support passing this bylaw and not support designating this property. So I'm asking you to vote against the bylaw. Thank you.
Councillor Perry, did you want to speak to it?
Sure, and from the opposite view, I am in favor of and ask council to support this bylaw. We assess these as council from recommendations from the committee of local residents on a case-by-case basis. And Estrella and I have talked about this by phone earlier this summer. We had a good discussion just now, and I want to thank her for her respectful disagreement that we had. And I wish more politics could be concluded the way she and I were able to speak about this, reasonable minds being able to differ. I certainly I sympathize and empathize with the current owners. They are doing an excellent job, in my humble opinion, from what I've seen in stewarding this property. But it's not, to me, it's not about them. They can be trusted implicitly and have put a lot of time, money, and soul into that property. The reason the reason we protect things isn't because they're being done well now. The protection is for not being able to see the future. And we've talked a lot about owners' rights and about ownership of property. I understand that. But again, with something like the Mackenzie estate, there's more at play here. There's a community interest, a common good in protecting heritage, especially as we have such a wave of development coming in to Kawartha Lakes. These are the kind of hard decisions to protect the historical buildings and appearances that we have across our city. So I'd like to propose that there is also a community interest at stake here and historical stake, and that we protect this from, should the property have to be sold, no one knows what the future may hold. It could wind up being, who knows what happened to that piece of our history and our heritage here locally. Those are the reasons, again, humbly respecting the owner's position and what they're going through. But those are the conclusions I have come to in looking at this and listening, and I put it to my fellow council members now to decide.
Councillor Warren, did you want to talk to it?
Just briefly, Councillor Perry hit the facts that I think also, and you know, if there aren't safeguards, it could be developed. There's a fair chunk of land there, and it's for community. It's for the community going forward. Yes, there is a plaque from the federal government, but we have to look at what came from the committee also. They did their homework. They looked into this, as staff did, and I too had a good conversation with Estrella back this summer and her husband, and I understand what they're going through, but it's also for the community at large, and I hope you will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. My position is the same it was the last time. I'm going to support Councillor Yeo, even with the more information that we found out today, that they only lived there for 1 year. They lived in Balsam Lake, and then they tore that place down, so why didn't anybody want to do it that time? They had 8 children that could have bought this place. They didn't. And we shouldn't be going around telling people what they can do or what they can't do with their house. So I strongly oppose, and I vote to stop this from being heritage.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richards.
Thank you, and forgive me if I'm naive here, but I just want to clarify something up here. So, is it a one and done, or if the folks decide to sell it in the future, could the city revisit it as a consideration, or it's just this is it?
Well, I'm sure it can always be revisited as to whether it should be made, down the road. Different council could make a different decision if this was to fail. But, who knows? Well, maybe Emily knows. If this motion fails, Emily, if the bylaw doesn't get passed, down the road somewhere, should this property be sold, could you bring back making it a heritage property?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So that depends on the timeline as to when the property was sold or development application was brought forward to it. So with the amendments to the Heritage Act that were made by the provincial government in the winter, they have made sort of a 5-year moratorium on doing something with the property if a designation is turned down. So if this property, if the designation bylaw doesn't pass today, the property will be removed from the Heritage Register and it will have no protection. Council will then not be able to provide heritage protection to the property again for 5 years. So say 3 years down the road, the current owners sell for whatever reason, then the new owners submit an application to demolish the building, whether that's to develop it or because they want to build something else there. We are not able to designate the property in that case. So we would just essentially have to step back and allow the property to come down. So basically what has happened through the legislation is it has put limitations on council's power to designate properties if it turns down a designation by not passing a bylaw or by withdrawing a notice of intention to designate. So there's certainly, council would certainly be tied on its future options if it doesn't pass the bylaw today.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, thank you. I'm the same as I was before. First of all, I'm on the Heritage Committee, and there's a great group there, and we work together, and we do great things. But sometimes we disagree, and I disagreed on this one. However, I respect the consensus of the Heritage Committee, which was to bring this to council and designate it. But we've seen a couple of examples in Lindsay where we had hundreds of people decided that they didn't want this. Same went for Hanley Lumber in Fountain Falls. My opinion's always been you can't force this on people or a business if they don't want it. Some people embrace it, some people love it, and that's great. But to put someone through emotional stress, through financial hardship potentially, and just have it consume their life for the last 30, 60 days that this has done to this family, I think it's not really fair to do that to them. So I'm speaking against the motion, and respectfully, I just disagree with the motion. So I think if people don't want it, then we really shouldn't be forcing it on them. Like, it does have some significance, some heritage value to it. It does have a federal plaque. I mentioned Lucy Montgomery in Leaksdale. It's in Durham region, but that's an example of where we have a federal plaque that's there, and people do notice it. But in this case here, we're in Kawartha Lakes, so we can't, basically do this to owners who are dead set against it. So that's my feeling on this.
Councillor Joyce, followed by Councillor Smeaton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and following upon Councillor Perry's very eloquent comments there. We have a provincial statute for a reason, and if council just goes by by a homeowner's request every time, then we may not have any heritage buildings at all. I was really sitting on the fence on this, listening to arguments on both sides. And here's the thing. No one has yet defined a demonstrable harm in this designation to the current owners. And they can sell it tomorrow. We have new owners. It's all about who's going to own it next. So unless someone can, if Councillor Yeo can explain to me where the demonstrable harm is here in the designation, I might change my mind. But right now, I believe it should be designated because I don't see the problem here.
Thank you, Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just since everybody was expressing themselves. I thought it was just re-articulate the obvious. I brought it forward on behalf of Councillor Yeo before, and I feel the same and listed my reasons then. I'm sure they're recent enough that people know how I feel, and that's all. Thanks.
So we're here. Everybody's spoken. The motion on the floor is that the bylaw will be passed and read a first, second, and third time. Corporate seal and signatures attached. Councillor Yeo, you had something?
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is being requested. And Councillor Perry, do you want to sum up?
Just a couple of quick notes. With regard to Councillor McDonald, I don't think anyone's running around telling people what to do with property. There was an involved process here, and it's before elected officials. So, I wouldn't want this to be portrayed as this has somehow been, brought forward at the top of someone's head. That's all. And I just kind of am a little concerned that, we as council and zoning bylaws, we do prescribe what happens on property. And I'd be hesitant the double standard is coming here, except for, heritage. That said, we do it on case by case. I respect that, and we'll see where the vote goes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, recorded vote requested.
Councillor Yeo.
Opposed.
Councillor McDonald.
Opposed.
Councillor Joyce.
I'm for.
Councillor Smeaton.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Opposed.
Councillor Ashmore.
Opposed.
Councillor Warren.
In favor.
Councillor Perry.
In favor.
Mayor Elmsley.
Opposed.
Yep, 6-3.
The vote fails 6-3. So the bylaw doesn't get passed.
And for those keeping score, that's 2/3.
Okay. So it's time to move into closed session. Item 16.3, at this point in the meeting, City Council will go into closed session to consider the items under Section 16.3 of the agenda. As per our procedural bylaw requirements, I'm asking all electronic participants in our meeting today to confirm to me by raising their hands that they are in a private room where no other persons can overhear the deliberations and the internet connection is secure and not basically accessible. We're still in session here, folks. Please raise your hand to confirm and keep them raised. Can I get a mover and seconder for the following motion? The council convene into closed session at 3:30 p.m. pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act in order to consider matters identified in Section 16.3 of the regular council meeting agenda of Tuesday, September 26, 2023, namely items 16.3.1, 2, and including items 16.3.3. Mover and seconder? Councillor Yeo, Councillor McDonald. All those in favor? That's carried. At this point, the meeting broadcast will now end for members of the public watching on Cogeco, your TV cable. The live stream of the meeting on YouTube and the rebroadcast on Cable and Rogers Ignite will now be temporarily paused for members of the public when closed session is complete. The live stream and the rebroadcast of the meeting will resume to address the remaining open session items on the agenda. All remaining staff, with the exception of the CAO, City Clerk, and City Solicitor, are now instructed to leave the electronic meeting and the council chambers at this time. Madam Clerk, is there any matters from closed session?
Item 16.3.1, confidential closed session minutes. The confidential closed session minutes for the regular council meeting of August 29th, 2023 were approved. Item 16.3.2, council received an update on the market review from CAO Ron Taylor. Item 16.3.3, council received an update on meeting protocols given by Ron Taylor, CAO. No motions required.
Thank you. I have a confirming bylaw. Councillor Ashmore, you have the confirming bylaw.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Smeaton, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of a regular council meeting held Tuesday, September 26th, 2023 be read a first, second, and third time passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you all for today. Thank you for coming early for your photos and your cooperation all the way around. And been a long day. Enjoy the evening. Thank you. We'll be back. You'll be back here on Thursday for, you'll be back here on Thursday for strategic planning. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Yeo, Councillor McDonald. All in favor? Away we go.